Hey, what's going on, everyone? Chris Bushman back with NFGL Live, and tonight we're going to, I guess, mess around with more the Commodore 64 here. We're still kind of in the middle of reorganizing a couple things down here, fixing some devices, things like that. So I'm kind of hitting what's the most convenient device right now, given the clutter, and it's going to be the Commodore 64. So we're going to mess around with that a little bit again. Heck, might even start dipping into a little bit of the Wi-Fi adapter I got from Mr. Sam Bushman, so thank you very much for that. Maybe try to fix one of the problems I have with it, which is the inability to save a higher baud rate than what is default on the adapter. Thus, when I go to change it, it kind of freezes, and thus I can't go beyond 300 baud, which is kind of slow. So we could probably do that. Oh, let's see here. Sam talking about how one could start doing some crazy stuff through the Voodoo 1. Probably having like some very new video cards set up in Windows XP, which, yeah, could happen. That is a possibility there. The only downside I would see to doing that particular solution, especially with Windows XP, would be the fact of you're not going to have full-on native DOS that you would have with an older machine, and a lot of, especially the Voodoo 1 100% compatibility games, are going to be pure DOS at that point. So that's kind of the give and take you get there with that. But with that aside, because I think that's going to be kind of the biggest challenge, is unless I'm finding a device that's going to have VGA out going to the Voodoo 1, and I know there's some XP support for Voodoo 1. It's going to be a matter of what do you gain from having the Voodoo 1 in there, besides it just being present, and a lot of it's going to be what sort of games are going to run with it. Voodoo 2 possibly, because again, that whole connection to the Voodoo card is usually for 2D game support, which you do get with newer video cards, but there are some features you sort of lose, especially with even certain video output modes and such, some VESA modes. So I don't know how much that will impact really the Voodoo 1 or Voodoo 2 capable cards. Yes, one could do SLI with SLI and be just plain silly. That is, without a doubt, something one could do and just eat up all the power on your on your board. But we're going to start off with just some Cannonball again, just to kind of warm up. I understand the point, though, yeah. Want to kind of go big, go home. But yeah, so this will be what tonight is. It's going to be more messing around with the Commodore 64. I might start playing a more extended session of Madden, though I'm thinking that when I start doing more of the Madden stream, that I want to try to do more of a, what would be kind of seen as a campaign for OG Madden football, which would mean probably getting into some of the play design stuff and maybe make my own team, things like that. So it'd be kind of moving away from the default mode, which runs purely off the program disk, and start having to more or less format my own disks and writing some stuff there. So I think that's kind of that's the depth that Madden's going to provide compared to some of the other football game offerings. A lot of the other game offerings, they have various ways of doing, the football game itself, the mechanics. But you really get into the meat of it when you start being able to do your own team creation and play creation, which I think some other games do offer, but I don't think to the extent that Madden Football does. The big downside, though, to Madden Football, especially because it's an Apple II port, is all the disk I/O happening. Like, that thing just rumbles and grumbles with disk I/O. Which, as much of a fast loader as you want to have with the game, it's not going to save you from all that I/O. I'd be tempted to maybe, instead of trying to, because I do have physical 5 1/4 discs that I could use. And I've tried using before with my drive, and I had some formatting errors come up. I'm thinking since I've cleaned and serviced the drive, that might be a bit better. But I might actually try writing onto an image on my... it's more or less a floppy emulator running on an SD card. Might try doing that. It might make it a little easier to manage disk images that way. Maybe still use my real floppy image of Madden to work off of. Or I might try doing some copies again of all the discs and see what works and what doesn't work. I don't know. Unless there's some sort of bug that I'm not aware of where I can't actually write a physical disk, or I'm using the wrong kind of disk. That I'm not sure about. Yeah. I would have to... So here's the thing about that that device I have. It has the ability to swap images on the actual SD card, which is really cool. But there isn't really clear documentation of how a lot of that works. You have some tutorials that show using, say, the what would you call it? The disk drive commands in BASIC. There's also a physical button on the particular board I have that allows to swap between disk images. I assume that'd be the way I'd want to go with Madden, using that emulated drive. But it's not very clear to me what all I need to exactly set up to accomplish that on the drive itself. Meaning that I'm not exactly sure what the file structure needs to look like on the SD card to enable that swapping. It might be as simple as just having two .d64, or I think 64dd, 64 to 64d extension. I forget which one it is. I think it's d64. But maybe just having both of them at the root of the card, and then just press the button, it'll swap between them automatically. What I've been doing in the past is using a file manager program to access them. And that's been probably the easiest way for me to use the emulated drive, just because then I don't have to mess around in BASIC to enter in commands, or try to interpret 500 different websites' way of interpreting using this device. Which also keep in mind that this isn't it's an open source project that has multiple implementations, so not all drives work alike. Some have features that some don't. I think my particular one I have has a number of features available, such as the swap disk button. There's a couple other buttons available that it's probably a little more feature-full than others, but it's still rather cumbersome, I find, to use just off the bat. Right. The only other thing would be making sure that I can target the correct disk drive when doing the writes and such. I'd have to double check the documentation to see that when I want to say write to a disk, that I can target a particular device number. Right now, the is it 1571? The 1541 drive I have defaults to device 8, which is what it usually does for loading disks. And then the SD device defaults to device 10. And I can reassign that before loading a disk. But again, is it a matter of I can then target a particular device number when then I go to do that disk write? Otherwise, I'd be probably doing things like popping out my physical disk there just to make sure it doesn't accidentally write to it. Things like that. Which I can always just give a try. Ideally, I think it'd be nice to be able to just run the virtual disks off of the SD card for both, given the load times involved. But that's just me. I think I did make a copy of the program disk before, and I think I have that in my case right now, so I could try running that, and then very worst case, if a write happens that I didn't intend to, it could be done. I mean, it would be very little harm, because it's the, what you call it, it's the copy disk. Yes, I just use some scissors and cut a slot in the disk. So that's true too, or the program disk would probably be write protected, so that'd be alright. That's fair. Oh, that slowdown. Right. And it's the same thing with the Commodore 64. So, yeah, I mean, it's a good point there. Yep. The program disk would be write protected. You are right. Right. But yippers. So, anyway, that's kind of what I'm thinking tonight. In terms of the... So, here's the thing with the Wi-Fi adapter I've been finding. And again, it's kind of similar to where the SD card device is, where there are many implementations of using this particular chipset as an emulated... well, at least emulates the interface that you would have for a typical C64 RJ45. I think it's RJ45 they're running on those modems. So you would be using a lot of the... I think it's usually AT is the command... the prefix used with all the commands you're doing to the modem, but it's emulating those for the Wi-Fi adapter, and it's built around a particular chipset, and there's a lot of different folks who've made different adapters for this. But it appears right now that typically you do a bunch of setup on a settings file you would have for your given terminal program you're running, if you're going to do like connects to BBSs and things like that. And then one of the final steps would be you change the baud rate that's saved on the actual ROM of the whatever memory it has on the Wi-Fi adapter. You save the actual baud rate on that itself, and then you change the setting in the terminal program, so that way then you can, among other things, be able to actually input commands onto the terminal again. Since apparently when there's a difference in baud rate, you cannot input any characters into the terminal. And also, it's just not going to run because it's assuming a different baud rate from the terminal program compared to what the actual modem is set for. So, long story short, I'm having an issue with when I execute the command to actually save the different baud rate on the Wi-Fi adapter. It doesn't appear to actually save as far as I can tell. So, I end up being unable to go beyond 300 baud. And that's not even trying to hit the, I think, 9,000 baud. That should be max on that, which is done with some hackery, apparently. But even if I want to increase it to, say, 2,400, which is kind of the standard high-end, usually, I can't even change it to that. So it's not just trying to max out the adapter, but there's some weirdness with how that's saving that I need to adjust or figure out. It sounds like some ways people did is they would actually physically unplug the modem to change certain settings and plug it back in. And there's some procedure to do with that to eventually allow them to write to the adapter with the baud rate they intend to, and also not have the terminal lock up, and eventually have it to where the settings in the terminal match the settings in the modem, and then you're good to go to connect and all that. So I think that's really the only outstanding challenge I have with the Wi-Fi adapter. Once that's done, I should be full steam ahead with doing whatever with the adapter. I know it looked like one of the BBS... Well, I mean, part of the jankness is the foolery that's going to even accomplish that kind of transfer speed on a Commodore 64. So that's part of what's going on there. I mean, there's going to be a bit of a primitiveness to the technology. So, I mean, it's unfortunate, sure, but it's not exactly a surprise, and that's kind of the cost with not having a modern interface or modern hardware you're working off of. And that's kind of the nature of the Commodore 64 in general, is it being this hobbyist computer. You're doing a lot of jank stuff and a lot of manipulation to accomplish unthinkable feats, right? So it all fits in that wheelhouse, I think. And the terminal program, too, is one that's been around since the 80s, and I think it was open sourced back in 07, I think, something like that. And it had a latest release this year too. It's had releases like almost every year since that '07 date, I think. They've had all kinds of improvements and bug fixes, things like that. That's pretty crazy. Even having support with other devices and baud rates that go beyond 9,000. So you have some wicked fast network connections for the Commodore 64 there, folks. And there's other ones I think. I don't think this particular one supports things like FTP or Telnet. That's actually part of what you're doing with the adapter as you set it up for this more or less this BBS kind of communication. Is you're disabling on the, I think you're disabling it in the terminal program, Telnet and I think FTP support. Just because apparently when those are enabled and you have this device in its 9,000 baud mode, it can freeze up the terminal program. At least in my brief research I was doing just to understand the problem. And there might be other terminal programs too that might work a little better. This seems to be sort of the standard one that's been documented to work with this chipset and what people usually use. I'm assuming the other features are better supported when you're using different modems or probably different computers altogether. Like maybe you're using the Commodore 128 and you're loading it up. And again, it's still not very cumbersome to use. It's actually pretty easy to swap between different terminal types because there's like an ASCII terminal type and a graphical terminal type, along with other like baud rate settings and adapter drivers, things like that. None of it's super hard to really use. It's just working out that correct sequence of events to get the adapter configured the way you want it and terminal the way you want it. And that's my first exposure. I haven't really messed with that very much. I just haven't really had to deal with it a lot. One other interesting device I saw lingering around the interwebs is a Centronics adapter that I think is run off of a Raspberry Pi. So it will translate Centronics, I guess, protocol calls from a retro device to a modern, I'm assuming a generic printer driver on the Raspberry Pi. So then you can just more or less use whatever printing procedures you would on these retro systems through a Centronics printer interface onto a modern printer. So in theory, I could leverage something like that with the printer interfaces I have here to print on like my laser printer I have on the network, if I so wished, you know. I don't know how much use I would have for that practically, and I don't know if there's really any games that would leverage that. There might be. I mean, there might be some edutainment games that have you print off little certificates, things like that. But yeah, there's that stuff, and at that point, it'd probably be possible too to print to like PDF or something if the device is found in such a way. But I think that'd be kind of cool. But it's not like I'm doing taxes or word processing or anything on this machine. I could. I do have some word processing programs and such in my slew of things. And I do have an 80-column adapter, so I could like just get the full workstation experience on the Commodore 64 if I wanted. But it'd certainly be for more novelty than anything actually practical. I also linked it to Sam earlier, but on one of the... Oh, let me check. Yeah, I was dropping some major frames there. I went ahead and just tanked my bit rate. I think that should stabilize things. I was at about 4,000 kilobits, and I just knocked it down to 1,000. It's probably just a bad internet connection night, honestly. And we'll see if that stabilizes the frame rate. Which it happens, especially COVID times. There's just higher network usage, and my ISP is not the best. There can be a lot of instability with the connection sometimes. One thing I could try to do, if it keeps up, I can try resetting the connection with my ISP. That seems to clear up a lot of issues that occur. They say it's my modem that's the problem, but I really have some serious doubts about that. Makes me really can't wait till fiber optic becomes available, honestly. I can probably get like a actual infrastructure refresh and how things are connected in my home. On top of that, I can have probably a more stable type of hardware used for my internet connection, especially for uploads. But certainly let me know if it seems to stabilize. I mean, you're probably going to see a drop in quality in the stream because, again, I just dropped the bit rate by down to a quarter of what it was. So it's going to be worse, but hopefully more stable. And my encoder is not going to just start trying to drop frames to back things off. Not a bad run here so far. So Sam, the big question? You got your big boy desk, I know. Yeah. But you know what? We'll take that. You know, we got stability in the stream. That's fine. And once I get the Amiga integrated into the stream setup as well, I mean, you're going to see a drop in quality in some ways, just because it would be, how you would say, the source signal is going to be noisier, and to be just less fidelity in the signal in that way. But then you get the benefit of being plugged into this ancient workflow that's going to have, like, different graphics and fonts available. So, I mean, there'll be some experimentation with that too. Right? Honestly, so here's my grand plan idea. I want to have a stream that is going to be equivalent to the quality you would get from, like, back in the day of early streamed media, where you're getting, like, maybe 640 by 480. Like, it's not going to look great from a fidelity standpoint, but it's going to equate to a lot of the actual input signal we'd have going in, like that would be going into the stream canvas, like from the Amiga. So the fidelity of the stream would be equivalent to the assets going in. Oh yeah, absolutely. I think I would lose a lot of automation doing that, because it would be where OBS probably wouldn't have a whole lot of control on the main canvas at that point. It'd all be sort of put together on the Amiga the way I would want to do it, just so I can take advantage of transitions and things like that. And the OBS would be just more of an intermediate for actually reaching the actual internet connection, right? So it'd probably require me having a person here to help run transitions and other text media, things like that, through the flyer card. That'd be only unless I can do a remote connection as well, which could be done. It'd probably require some sort of visibility to the monitor. I probably could script stuff. Yeah, there's certainly, through RecScript, there's a lot of availability for that. I could possibly do some timed stuff. it'd probably be convenient to have some key press or network packet sort of responses. I think on the machine would be on the network. I think the big thing would be for me would be having some sort of visualization of where the stream is at live from my machine to something I can see here in the other room. So in theory, I could have, say, a local service in the network that allows me to just run a I forget what you call it. It's like it's not a DAC board, but basically a control board that you would see in broadcast systems, and have those just send various network events to the Amiga when it's listening on a particular port, and then from there execute scripts that way. But then for me, it'd be getting a video feedback back to whatever I'm viewing to accomplish that. So it could be, for example, since I do have output with HDMI now, it might be stringing an HDMI cable into this room and at work as like a double monitor sort of thing. That could be done. I have to get into a bit of how rec scripting works, which there's all kinds of material and documentation for that. But that would be how I ideally would want to do it, is just be able to send network events to the Amiga. And then it doesn't really matter what system I'm using to send those events. Maybe run it as a web app. In a sense, it'd be viewing OBS. I would rather not be viewing OBS from the broadcast, from like YouTube or wherever it's streaming to, just because it'd be a latency or delay. Having a live, a lagless or latency-free sort of connection to that view would be very helpful. Again, I could also have that output from, say, my streaming computer, more local here, maybe even move the streaming box to here. That'd probably mean physically moving other cables from the Amiga, stringing them over to this room too. It could be too where if I ever got my side monitor setup done, I could plug in the stuff that way. So one of my goals would be to have a big screen above my air hockey table here, which would act as partly a monitor for board game nights. So when I have some like board games that have computer applications that are like companion apps, I can run those right above the table, and we can do feedback that way. So that'd be for like the Odyssey 2 stuff, for Football Fortunes, for maybe some 18xx games if I get some companion calculation apps. Use VNC. Not sure what VNC is from an... What is VNC? VNC just like a remote desktop viewer? Yeah, something like that. It could. I mean, part of it too is just with having I have a built-in complexity with my streaming setup. It makes it very interchangeable. Like, I could swap out all kinds of things with my workflow to do just silliness on the fly. But it means there's more devices involved and all of that. But I can set up as many inputs as I want from as many sources I want simultaneously without any network impact. I can have all kinds of preview stuff set up just straight up, and I can stream to all kinds of platforms simultaneously. The only bottleneck I have is my actual network connection. Like if I had fiber optic, then I can start using like OBS Ninja, and then I can start streaming from my laptop and my desktop simultaneously, combine those in a remote service, bring them back down to my local OBS, and just start doing some weirdness like that. Like, that'd be really cool, but my current setup here doesn't really do multiple upload streams very well, let alone an upload followed by a download with another upload. Like, that'd be just too much network saturation for my ISP, so I can't really do that. But locally, like, I can do all kinds of craziness, especially audio and video. It's crazy. Oh, is it dropping frames again? Let's see what the status is on OBS. Yeah, some of the connection is dropping below like 1,000, so that's when we get some drop frames. And I mean, I can, let's do this. I dropped it a bit more. It's at 800 kilobits a second. So that's probably about as low as I'm going to be able to go and not have this be super crappy looking. Again, luckily it's the Commodore 64, so it's not going to be that bad. If anything, text is going to be hard to read from the chat, and my face is going to look like less. It's going to look kind of fuzzy, right? Probably have some artifacts in there, but the Commodore 64 footage should probably be fine because these aren't complex looking games. But yeah, so it's kind of like my thinking is if I can do a stream where the overall output of the stream would scale well to something like, kind of like the KaiOS phones that we're looking at, right? Where they have these like 320 by 200 or 320 by 400 resolution screens, where it'd be appropriate for a viewing source like that, just because most of the output signals that you'd be dealing with when they're not interlaced are probably hitting somewhere around there for composite or S-video or anything like that. Have kind of go with a lo-fi stream, right? I think that would be interesting to do. Curb the trend of highest fidelity, newest game sort of thing, and just really lean hard into the retro stuff, even with the hardware, and then start leveraging. You may have seen on the Amiga store thing various links I linked to, but if you go through their software, there's a lot of software that provide all kinds of fonts, backgrounds, transitions, graphics. Really start leaning hard to those and just reproduce that whole broadcast setup. Just do it to it. Because otherwise, Otherwise, what I'd be doing is I'd be using OBS to upscale a very low resolution signal, which probably is going to have a pretty low bit. Well, how would you could you measure like a bit rate for an analog signal? Like, I really don't think you could, and it'd be just a matter of what's the output of the upscaler to a digital signal, or the DAC, essentially. Because you're not going to really have a bit rate. You're going to have like noise and amplitude for the analog video signal. I don't know exactly what you would use to measure the fidelity, clarity, overall visual quality of an analog video signal, but it's not going to be super high given the way that Amiga hardware is, where you're messing with either noisy composite or S-video if you got special cards, but a lot of stuff is built for composite. Maybe RF. It's all going to be pretty soft, pretty noisy. So, I want to have a stream where someone on a dial-up connection could have a suitable experience, right? Let's do that. Let's make it for, if I got someone that's in the middle of Tasmania or Bangladesh or any of the Arab nations and their network just sucks, or their cell network just blows, they can get that stream and it works pretty well. Let's target that. I think that'd be kind of a fun challenge in that world and complement some of the older hardware pretty well. I know it wouldn't work though for remote desktop stuff, and that'd be Oh, what is it that it's like the Windows remote protocol they use? Because it's like, I think for OBS, there's a it's gonna be a higher graphics API support that would need beyond what RDP. That's what I'm thinking of. RDP. So RDP I think supports up to OpenGL 1.2 or 1.4 for the protocol, and that is not going to cut the mustard for any kind of OBS viewing, just because what it's using to render that preview screen isn't going to fly. So only like the earliest of games and things like that could RDP actually work. Thus you need a actual suitable remote desktop protocol to work off of, and something that can have some kind of rendering that I can do. Otherwise, I'd probably hardwire it. Like, I have some distance between where I'm sitting, where the all the action's happening, but it ain't that far away. I can throw in an HDMI cable and then just look another direction or something like that. Is VNC supported by Windows out of the box, or is that going to be kind of more of a Mac OS and Linux supported protocol? Running, running, jumping, rolling. So like from because you got my mind thinking about the whole KaiOS challenge, and like certainly there's a memory limitations thing which have been identified greatly with trying to make a web app that isn't going to eat up all the memory of the phone, or at least have enough capacity there to run something interesting. At least that's not just a utility, which that looks like it's most of what a lot of what's out there. Besides some simple games, it's a lot of utility applications. It's going to be making games or applications that take advantage of the small screen with high visibility and things like that. And I want to put it as take advantage of and not necessarily compensate for it, just because I think there are benefits to having a small screen in terms of encouraging more concise or simplified interfaces, or when you're having representations of sprites, characters, things like that. You're really trying to keep that experience focused by having large characters or less real estate to work with. And so it has an advantage of forcing everyone involved to be very concise with what they decide to do and what they decide to show. And you're not just going to be all extra with, well, say you do like a tactics game, for example. You're not going to be looking at a huge map view all the time. How do you design the game around having that high visibility and high amount of information you would get from a tactics game without having a huge map that has very small characters and a lot of busy stuff on the map to have to take in? You know, is it going to be going with a smaller map? Is it going to be having simpler actions involved? Is it going to be having other ways of talking about that information that don't involve just throw it on a big map and just dump it on the map, which sometimes happens? You kind of start getting into what you would basically have in a board game or a war game is just dump it on the map. Well, I want to show this, dump it on the map, and it just builds and builds and just to a pile of tokens and boards and things like that. And that's really not the best solution. It's a convenient solution. So then when you start having smaller real estate to work with, smaller screens, smaller resolution, things like that, now you have to be a good boy and not just come up with a lazy design solution of dumping it on something. You have to put it in an appropriate spot. You have to describe it in a intuitive way. Might be taking advantage of other parts of the medium, like maybe you're using audio to describe some things. So how do you control that flow of information where it's easily accessible and consumable given the size. That's what interests me about those devices, and some very cool design patterns along from a game standpoint with older games. Like this, like even this game would probably be pretty challenging to play on a small display because of how small some of the sprites are and such. And depending on the type of display, how does fast motion treated with it. But you know, like with this and other Infinite Runners, they're pretty fun little small games to play because the design is fairly concise. It makes it very easy to build new obstacles into some very simple input as well, which is just a single button press. That's what I like about a lot of the Atari games and ColecoVision games too, is that you get a lot of gameplay out of very limited input. They do. I mean, there's keypad stuff, but there's a lot of ColecoVision games that don't even use the keypad. That might be for menus, kind of like with I'll say with the Odyssey 2, where you might have it for menu choices, maybe some options in the middle of the stoppage of play. But on the whole, you're really working with an 8-way stick, sometimes a 4-way stick, and a single button. Or case of games like this, just a single button. And I think there's going to be a lot of those philosophies are going to carry over to something like these cheaper phones. The advantage is you have physical buttons to play with, which is so much better than touch buttons. It gives you a degree of precision. You know when you press it what happens. And that's a huge thing that I like over, especially with a touch screen. Just because swipes can have inherent latency with the hardware. It's very much an interpreted kind of input, and you lose a lot of precision you could have with otherwise a button press. And like virtual buttons are just garbage. Get them out. But when you have a physical button, go. That's great. So give me that all day. But that's what I would start expecting, is to starting with experiences like that, to where it might be where there's more automation involved with the gameplay experience. Kind of like what you have with this, where all the running and speed and such is taken care of by the game. You're just worried about a single button and just using your eyes to pay attention to what's coming up. Or using objects in front of you to manage your speed. Otherwise, you might have it to where there's a great deal of usage of AI sprites and stuff to be opponents, to automate where other allies and such would be moving. For example, I'm thinking to how a lot of football games, Odyssey 2's football game included there, to where you select a play and everything, but at the end of the day, what's actually executing the player movement, there's a lot of automation from the computer itself doing that. So you're not having to control and swap players. It limits choices the player can make, but at least that's taken care of by the computer itself. And so with those kinds of simplified and lo-fi phones, it's probably going to be a similar deal, where when you start getting into larger experiences, it's going to be more of, how much can the CPU control aspects of the game take care of that for the player. Maybe as far as what you would have for, what kind of mobile games are they, where that's like, you don't actually have any direct input, but it's more or less looking at a system that executes. They're not passive games. What am I thinking of here? But anyway, there's a series of games out there where they pretty much run themselves, and it's kind of just seeing an engine or a game or just a series of actions run on their own with very minimal input on your part. So you're kind of just seeing this defined machine run, and every once in a while you might do something else with it. So you start having larger experiences like that. So that way, you focus purely on managing input and feedback with your mobile device, and let a lot of the heavy lifting happen from remote systems running logic and calculation and such, or the phone hardware itself, since that'd probably be a better part of the phone, run a lot of that complexity. there'll be a challenge too of just working with a spotty network if you start having experiences with multiple players. You know, what all can you really do simultaneously, or are you going to be doing more of turn-based or almost like mail order gaming? So if folks are on a 3G or less network, you have to be very, very picky about what you're setting to the network and how small you can make that request. Like, it feels like it'd be bringing back a lot of the principles you had from back in the day, not just with the Atari system, like with the 8-bit systems and things like that, but even thinking back to older network games where there was a lot of optimization and such with just dealing with either having a serial connection or dealing with dial-up with all the instability it would have and lack of bandwidth. But it forces you to be clever, it forces you to be concise. I think it instills good practices that way. Things that I need to practice for sure. And it's certainly been the opposite of what I've seen where I'm working, where, you know, you're doing web app development, you're just throwing all kinds of assets at a client, and it's just slowing down the experience just because you're like, well, you know, they're running an iPhone, well, they're running a pretty modern desktop, laptop, whatever. Just throw in all kinds of carousels and high-res images and animations, and you just booger up interfaces, and you just slow down the experience. It's like, oh, we want data binding for everything because we want the whole website to pretty much change on the fly, so let's just make all this complexity in our code and just slog down the client with having to load all this junk all the time, and it makes things rather busy and rather annoying to use from a user standpoint. Like, even look at, if we're talking about retail experiences, for example, you look at Amazon's website, as highly available as they make certain options and menus and things like that, there's just so much stuff there you have to churn through and so many interpretations of what your account options would be that it's like I'm going through a library index to have to go through all that. And part of it is the amount of customization and scope of what that website is supposed to be. And as well as that is managed, it still makes it really busy. And something that I don't prefer as a user with that. And it's sometimes why I end up going to, like, at least from like an online retail experience, I end up going to other places, sometimes for deals, sometimes it's just, it's easier to shop with something that has fewer options. You can feel free to curate some stuff, you know, be selective about what you're going to show. Like, probably some of the worst interface experiences I've had have been with Amazon's products in that regard, with either the store or messing with AWS and some of their web tools, because of the amount of menus and the amount of tools you have to sift through to find what you're looking for. And unless you've gone through the poor design of those interfaces enough to where you just know where stuff is at, or you just dump it into a terminal or another console and you just sort of use a command line to go through it that way, it's cumbersome. I do not enjoy it. And it's just more of, you get familiar with the bad interface because you use it so much. That's the answer. And even some of the interfaces and documentation is so many years old. The point being that that's where the benefit of limitations come in. You have to be concise, you have to pick and choose. And build the experience that way. That sounds cool to me. I like that. We'll go one more run here, then we'll load up some football, I think. Unless, Sam, you're still on here and you want to see how this Wi-Fi adapter is working, you let me know. Fast run here, I swear. Running. Ah. Oh, I didn't want to hit that. Yep, that's it. That's it. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Oop, scoop, bop. Alright, let's check out this here, let's check out Madden. Let's do that. Oh, Wi-Fi? Alright. Yep, 1 second. Oh, I see. Hope I didn't fry anything. I think we're good. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. That's cool. All right, so this is the file manager for the SD card. Yeah, we got some stuff on here, but we're gonna go to CCGMS. We're gonna go ahead and open up that disk image, and we're gonna run it. It'll take a little bit to load, but still. All right, but I assume you missed all of my tirade of. So you have to remember that there really isn't any uppercase and lowercase characters with the Commodore 64. So what you're seeing is technically what you're like with CCGMS 2021. Those are all lowercase characters, seen as capital characters by the Commodore 64, and the special characters are what would be shift, right, for those letters, because on like a Windows system or something else, that'd be capital. Yeah. Okay, so we're in CCGMS 2021. And so, for example, I should have my SSID and password saved, I believe. So I should be able just to connect to it, if I recall correctly. ATC1. Or not. Okay. Let's change the baud rate to 300. Okay. Yeah, so this is the problem with this setup. So let's go ahead and we'll do this. Now turn off the baud 9000 setting on the adapter. We'll see if that makes a difference. What would be cool is through FB64 if I could actually edit some files here. Because I probably want to change the so this is my settings file there. I'd probably want to blow that away, if anything. Otherwise, I might be able just to save it again and just overwrite what was there before. I might just do that too. Possibly, though, technically the configuration file is stored in the D64 image, so I have to open up that disk image to do it. I don't have any editor on my laptop right now. I could download one real quick, but that's what it would require. The easier way would probably be to do this. I'm going to change baud rate, and I'm going to save. Turn off. Turn on. And that should bring the configuration file back to what should be default. I think that should at least enable me to use the adapter as is right now. The settings file doesn't exist initially. That's something I save once I do some setup with the terminal program per the directions of the Wi-Fi adapter, if that's what you're referring to. I think it was set last time I used this, but then I locally changed the baud rate to 300 to actually connect to a BBS. So I probably just forgot to save my changes when I did that before. I'm making a few assumptions there too, so it may not even still work. I may have to just blow it away and do it again. That's sort of what I've had to do before. But we'll see. It's not 100%. Doop-a-doop, boop, boop, boop. Yep. Okay. Cool. And there it is. So I'll go ahead and blow that file away here. I should have. Let's do it like this. So I just straight up replaced the disk image, which would be the same thing except not having the settings file there. I figure that'd be the most straightforward method right now. And I've tried some older versions of CCGMS as well, and I get the same results when trying to do the particular baud rate stuff. So that's kind of where that's at. Boop a doop boop boop, scoot a bop bop. Scoot a bop bop. Still nothing, huh? Goodness. So I've gone ahead and reset the Wi-Fi router itself as well, because or Wi-Fi adapter, because you can reset it to some sort of default settings on it, which I assume include like the SSID password sort of stuff. I think that is stored on the adapter. Just to go completely vanilla. And then if it doesn't work at that point, I don't know what's going on. So I haven't had that happen before when I blow things away. The only other difference is I have the SD adapter working off the cassette power instead of USB. So I don't know if additional power draw on a C64 would be a big issue or not. I would not anticipate that being the case. But we will see, won't we? Interesting. That is just weird. F7, user port 300. Oh, I wonder. Do I have to... Oh, I see. I think what happened is it doesn't really initialize until I press return for it to connect. Maybe that's what's going on there. Interesting. And it saved my settings there, which is cool. As you saw. So let's try this then. I want to set this to, 9600 baud. Yeah, so let's try 9600 baud here again. So the SSID is still there. We're going to type in the following commands here. AT and P0. Well, actually, before I do that, so if we want to get really cool, so there are a series of parameters that you can set on the modem. Like I was saying, you can disable telnet, things like that. But there's also a command to view what's already set on there. So if I want to do, say, 64 modem commands. Yeah, so like the commands they have you run on this, it's AT and K1. Let me get back to here and see where it lists them. Let's see, if you experience graphics and tearing up 9600 mode, you can try using hardware handshake. So I guess when you ATNK1 command is for a hardware handshake. And what's P0 stand for? I think ATI is what I want. Cool. So I can get all my network status right there, which is really neat. Now I know my MAC address. Great. There's baud rate. Yeah, AT and W is where you write to the actual flash. AT and V is what I want to look at, but I don't know if that's going to display my network password or not. Let me be right back here. So yeah, that does totally show my password, so that's not what I want to do. But it didn't show the settings I was hoping it would show. So let's see here. I'm sorry, I'm just kind of trying to interpret what when it has me set certain settings, what it's actually doing. So ID, just password. Scan. Oh, there's an update command. Let's try that. Let's see if we can update this this here adapter, shall we? That's AT $sign update. Is that not it? I guess it doesn't update. Maybe that doesn't do what I thought it would. Huh, okay. Well, I thought that would update it. That's what I thought this was telling me, but apparently not. That's cool. Whatever. I don't care. I do care, actually. I care quite a bit. That would have been really nice if I had that. Otherwise, I'd probably be looking at something else for doing that. Anyway, so AT and P0. And that in theory is these are settings that would cause this cause the C64 to lock up when I'm using a 9600 baud mode. And then how to change the baud rate is this command here. Just making sure with this other documentation I see if there's any difference in the command I'm using here, which I don't think there is. Yeah. So then I see that. Which in theory then once I do that, I go back to Terminal 7 menu and select a different driver and then a different baud rate. I save the setting. Then I return. And now in theory, I should be able to, I think, connect to something, right? That's the theory. AT and dub. And that's kind of the problem I run into where I cannot write the settings to the actual modem. As you see, as I return, nothing happens. Which makes it kind of difficult in that regard. And the same thing happens when I try to do like a, what you would call, a connect as well. That's kind of what happens. But if I go to, I don't know, say, that's what happens there is that I can input text. The text characters change based on the matching baud rate of the adapter and the driver itself. And it turns to a bit of a bad time there. So then, part of me wonders if I would need to try to update the firmware on the adapter, if maybe that's an issue I'm running into, or what. Otherwise, we do this. As a reload default, probably have to change the settings on the modem, or on the terminal again, and see if I can at least get a higher default higher default baud rate saved. Let's see here. Go to here. So if you certainly have any thoughts or ideas, Sam, I am all ears. But outside of a firmware update, that's probably, well, actually I even wonder if it needs a firmware update because that update command wasn't really happening. So let me see about that. So I'm wondering if I'm going to have to just do it like on the PC here, go from there, maybe through like USB or something. So first of all, do that so it at least loads up. So now I should be able to input commands. And let's see if I can at least increase the baud rate to, I guess, 2400, right? All right, so I can still write stuff there. Gotcha. And again, if you see if there's like any obvious firmware updates that are available, certainly feel free to link them to me through Discord or something, because I think that would probably be a good option. In the meantime, the baud rate was to be able to be changed to 2400, so I'm going to see if I can write that setting to the Wi-Fi card. If I can do that, then that gets me somewhere. AT and dub. That was successful. I actually had not been able to write any settings to here since. So, AT and PO. Oh, sorry, P0. Okay, so in theory I can have all those settings set up. So AT and W writes these value settings of the baud rate and enabling, disabling various features to the actual Wi-Fi adapter. That's my understanding. So AT&dub isn't like a particular setting, but it's actually writing values to the flash memory. So right now, like when I'm changing a lot of these values in the baud rate and stuff, I'm changing them within the context of the terminal, but it's not written to the Wi-Fi adapter memory, and that only gets loaded up on restart or when I want to explicitly load the settings on the flash memory. So that's kind of the context of that particular command. And here I'll link you in Discord what I'm following with some of the explanation of these commands. Yeah. I see Kaz's name plastered on some of the firmware stuff and whatnot. Yeah, I didn't like that a whole lot. Yeah, and that might be kind of the thing too, is maybe messaging the seller, saying like, hey, with this, because again, it looks like there are similarities between multiple kinds of Wi-Fi devices, but I don't think all of them are quite the same. If there's any concern, which there's an email here too, I can probably just ping them later on, but in terms of, is there any issue with trying to update the firmware, or does the firmware need to be updated, or is anything available given the issue I'm seeing here? But here we can at least, because we're connected, right? I think we're connected. Yeah. I can then hit up a BBS. So let's go to say, I was trying to do a dialer. Yeah, I think dialer is what I want. Here we go. Let's try calling that. That makes sense. Great. Yeah, I think I might probably have to do for some of these other. Yeah, and I think the directions they have is probably the same stuff that was provided in the box. But let's try connecting to this other BBS here. So we're gonna do this real quick. Yes, the first one I couldn't connect to, but then there's a friend's BBS I apparently can't connect to. Let me try something real quick. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm still technically connected, but I want to disconnect. So I think that's goofing things up. Again, I have never really messed with BBSs, so let's see. It's update command. ATH. Oh, okay. Well, what I can do, let's see what happens when I restart. Let's see if everything's saved as I intended. I suppose that's one thing one could do. Well, in theory, ATH should have been the call to make, because that's supposed to hang up a connected call. But I don't think commands are being interpreted as commands in that terminal at that point. I think that was kind of the problem there. I think the adapter itself also has other speed dials that it's made available, built in. Boop ba doop boop 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 boop. Boop doop boop ba doop. Whoops. Yeah, we want to do this guy here. Bam. Okay. So first of all, we're going to save those changes since the baud rate's set on the modem already. So in theory, I should be able to connect to a stored host like this. ATD S. Okay, no answer on that. Which I'm not sure who Oasis was, but so they have some built-in ones here. No answer on that. High Desert, I think, was the Friends one. No answer on that. And 64. High Desert. Oh, I see. Yeah, not quite right. It was like a High Desert BBS. I'm just kind of hit all these and see if they have any answers, or they're all just kind of too old. All right, now I'll manually put in the one here that I know works, at least from the other day. Which actually I might store that first. I might do that because that was on... Oh, this one I could put on whatever, but I'll put it on 3 here, since that's kind of where High Desert was anyway. Okay, I should store that host. Let's try dialing it. Yay! Alright, I gotta put in my information here real quick. 1 second.
Woke up from a dream where the moon fell to the ground.
Alright, we be back. As you saw, like it looked like I could have just put my password in without much trouble, but I didn't know if it was gonna be plain text or not on the screen. And Miss Jess is finding some liqueur to indulge in. Let you through real quick.
Not all of it. Just refreshing the options. Thanks, Mom.
All right. I see. I'm assuming you just kind of listen to the port there. Let's see here. Let's do venue. I guess we could look at games. Yeah, I see that. Very good. Appreciate it. Let's look at, I guess, horse race. Ooh, which horse number should we put in here? I feel like for some of this, I might need to have some, like, royalty-free background music at some point. A lot of this is probably going to be pretty quiet. Pick me a horse, though, Sam. Make it a good one. Four it is. And they're off. Am I supposed to do something? No, we just picked a bad horse. You picked me the worst horse. The worst horse. Of course. But yeah, if I had a hat, I would just... Sorry, maybe next time. We'll do horse race one more time. But look, yeah, see, Wi-Fi adapter works. Just it's got some like weirdness. I'm gonna go with Green Day here. Feeling Green Day. Let's go, Green Day. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Green Day. Let's go, Green Day. Let's go, Green Day. Oh, I did pick this time, didn't I? Let's go, Green Day. Sup, Ruby Rose Warrior? Welcome to the stream. We are on a BBS playing horse racing. Let's go, Green Day. Come on. Yeah! Green Day a winner! Let's go! Let's go. Let's check out Hangman. Sure, why not? I'm going to go with E. There is one E. All right. We're trying out some BBSs on the Commodore 64. See what it's all about. Got myself a... You know, in terms of this game, I have no idea. This is what's hosted on someone's BBS. But, I mean... We're accessing a BBS on a real Commodore 64, so... It's going to be old. Oh no! T wasn't it. If y'all got some letters to guess, let me know. Go with an A. A, you're killing me here. Okay. I'm gonna go with R. Let's go R. No R. These letters don't work. I'm going S. Unfortunately, I did a T already. Let's go. I'm gonna go M. Yeah, let's try M. No M's. Oh, dang it. I'm gonna guess another vowel. Go with an O. Okay, there was an O. H. Okay, let's go H. H. There is an H. All right. We got O, H, O, and E. Let's try maybe an N. Maybe I could try another vowel here, but I'm not feeling the vowels right now with O and E there. I might try N. There is an N. All right. It's not monotone. I think phone is going to be part of it. I'm going to go with P. Okay. Almost telephone, but that fourth letter is an O, not an E. That's the problem. L? Thinking L? What is that? Lophone. Lophone. What would that be? What is the word? Dang it. What is this word? I feel like I should know it. Xylophone. Really? They're putting xylophone on here? Yes, they are. That is rotten. God, that's mean. Guys, that's mean. Let's see what word star is. Yeah, word star. But I would need some instructions. Okay, this is kind of interesting. Gee. Current champion is G. The old word was G. We need a new champion. Can't unscramble G. What the heck? Is there like a space here? What? Maybe. Though apparently since I've already played, I'll get to play again. Weird. I don't know. Let's go back to menu. Maybe, though, again, it won't let me play again, so. What the heck? What would I do for Empire here? Maybe I. What is that symbol they're using for Empire? There we go. Is it now? Looks like this should work on here because I'm on BBS, dude. This ain't about. Oh, okay. I thought you were like being legit, like, oh, it's only gonna be on PAL. Yeah, I got you. Ha 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 ha. What I meant to say was that was hilarious, Sam. Hilarious. Ha 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 ha. Okay. What other emperors do we have? Okay. What is fight news? Probably not a lot of fight news. It does. Well, I think part of it too is this particular BBS sort of seems to be optimized for 2600 also. So, I mean, I will take functionality over just all the speed any day. Let's see. Gambling. Zero. Yeah, I'm not ready to bet monies yet. Let's continue. Let's do continue. Which investment? Let's go with the Army Man. How many? 20? So it seems you get land to produce more bushels. Bushels feed people in army. You can also sell land and bushels to get money. You can also fight others to get resources, I presume. Yeah, that seems to be the case. Yes. And let's go none. Oh, right. Yeah, let's try to fight computer dude. Battle command. Right? There we go. Let's attack. See if we can attack an army. I did it! Oh, we got it done. We killed him. Token makers. I know, look at me. I'm doing all the stuff now. Let's see here. only have 2 nobles. I don't know what. Maybe I can use so many soldiers per noble. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna try to buy some more nobles, I think. Yeah, no kidding, right? I think the land is more of a emergency money thing. If I want to go that route. Let's see here. Oh, I don't have quite enough for a noble. Dang it. I should have sold more grain. Well, I lost some citizens. So we're gonna try to sell some more. Yeah, we're gonna try to sell some more grain here. So let's do a mobile then. A noble. Yep. Sounds like a perfect empire there. So I got 3 nobles. I got 48 soldiers. I got plenty of serfs still. I got 9 bushels of grain. Okay. I got some grain here. All right, let's see where we're at. So that's where we're at right now. I got some soldiers now, but I kind of want to start increasing serfs, I think, right? That's what we need. We got some bushels. Plenty of bushels here. What other things? Well, after this, I'm going to try out some Madden football on the Commodore 64 here. But I'm going to do one more play of Empires here, see what this is all about. I keep on losing citizens. Like, no one's starving, but man, I guess I need to invest in something else here. Let's see, who should we attack? I'm thinking we attack someone else here. I'm thinking we attack Celery 51. Let's do that. Take their stuff. Yeah. Man, I just keep... People are melting. Dang it. Empire's tough. Losing a lot of serfs. Just want to see if I can do that Word Star game again here, and then we'll move on to something else. Oh, I think I did the wrong one here. Whoops. So I wasn't looking to upload. I want to do games. Oh, I see. One was Bama. Gotcha. Interesting. Let's see if that makes a difference. I go, yeah, I'll give you instructions. Dang it. Yeah, it won't let me do it. Okay. I think that I might need to do a command to disconnect here. Let's see what it provides me, just so I... Maybe Zoom log off is what I'm looking for? I think so. There we go. Now I was very polite, and it logged off. I think that should be good. We got all the devices hooked up now. Woohoo! There we go, a little John Madden football. So you got to see a little bit of BBS action, which I think that's kind of neat. Just to have some little casual games there and that ongoing Empires game. I'll have to see how you actually get more serfs and maybe less babies dying. That'd be kind of convenient. Hey, I'm in the game. John Madden. Let's see here. So if I want to do a... Let me get the instructions out. Because now I want to see if I can do like a formatted disk here, which is going to be a little bit different than what usually happens with the standard game. That's just going through the basic gameplay, which that's actually kind of nice having that game disk and data disk. Game. So we go down to the football direction and it says filer. Okay. So we're going to attempt to make a game disk and a game disk and a data disk. Hold on the file menu and select format game disk. So we're going to see if we can pull off this formatting here real quick. Let's see if it'll format. Boop, boop, scooty bop. I mean, nothing awful yet in terms of sounds and such. But so the purpose of these should be that I believe I use the game disk to save the state of a given season when I'm playing quote-unquote standard game. And then the data disk is used to store plays and team data, I think. I believe that is the deal with these. At least I think it's a season. It may not even be a season. It might be just more customization that you can do. I'm kind of looking here, see what we got. Oh, so like, okay, so like in the standard, in the quick game. Okay. Okay. All right. Oh, that was stuck. I can see why. Yeah, give me 1 second here. I gotta get some scissors.
Woke up from a dream where the moon fell to the ground. Inside a hotel room that was burning down. There's a man walking over to a town he came from. Down the highway, started from the burning sun. Churches, arms waving in the air, and a seething prostitute said she once had a care. And all the little children that dance in the grass inside.
All right, sorry about that. Yeah, I think that IO error is what I experienced last time. Because what I tried doing, I had, what would I say here? I cut the slits in my discs that I thought I needed. And what had happened was there were some plastic leads holding one of them in, which made it problematic, of course. Looks like though this thing just locked up. Now again, it could be that maybe that was a bad disk, but I think I had a similar issue with the data disk as well when I was doing this. And, well, at least what I had to work at there before was there was a little bit of plastic that was stuck up on the particular disc I had tried making before and got the disc kind of stuck in there. Besides that, I'm not even sure. Well, obviously there's an I/O error, so I don't even know if it formatted right. I don't know how much of that is an issue with this disc I was using and how much of it was an issue with John Madden Football. Maybe there's something that's corrupt on the format routine it uses, or it might even be this drive for some reason. I haven't really tried doing any copies and writes onto this drive yet. I can certainly try that. But yeah, I don't know. So probably one solution would be, yeah, there are some I can use on, I think the final cartridge I have some things I can do, which I might try that shortly. I'm going to try this data disk format. Let's actually use a fresh disk. Alright, so this is Final Cartridge 3, for those of you who may want to know. Has various applications on here, including things to adjust the read head on a cassette deck, apps. It uses this little desktop GUI for it. It's kind of nice. I can control it with my controller here. It has like process killing programs. You can freeze places in memory, all that good stuff. What we're looking for here is disk utility, I think. Okay. I think it's what we're looking for. Okay. Yes, this is the Final Cartridge 3. It has some various utilities and things like that. So in terms of like, hey, does my floppy drive work? We can do that here. In theory. I think so. Read error. Let's do a fast format. Let's do a change disk name. No file selected. Empty. Rename. No file selected. Okay. Let's try tools. Disk doctor. Interesting. Okay. I think it'll be drive 0. Maybe because it's a blank disk. Is that it should be a blank disk. Okay. So I can read that sector. Okay. That's not what I'm looking for though. Let's try this here. Disk Wizard, I guess. Let's go with deformat maybe. And it's gonna read error on that. I wonder if it's just because of the way I cut the read slot on it. Yeah. springs out pretty well. Let me try this. So I made a significantly bigger hole when I made a slot on that disc there. I don't know if that was a problem or not. I didn't think it would be, but maybe it was. So I'm going to try to do the same thing on here and see if this no longer reads then. Yes, I do. So that wasn't necessarily my issue, because I made a significantly bigger hole, which made it easier to eject the game disc and such, admittedly. And it didn't completely jack up reading it then. So I don't know why that one disc wasn't being read. Interesting. I mean, I can... Let's see if I have anything else that formats discs quickly. 15-second format. Maybe that's what I want. Oh boy, thanks. Well, depending on what the app is on the actual cart, it might even be in here still. Let's try that format. And flashing red light on that. I mean, it could be a bad disc. It could just be a bad disc. Let's try something like this. So first I'm going to see if I put a disk in that doesn't have the tab cut, if it's still going to read or write it or not, which I don't think it will. And that'd be my intention. Also, I'm assuming all these discs are still good. They were laying in a plastic bag in a box with some of the other C64 stuff. If I want a definitive solution, I'd probably write a basic program to disk. Go that route. I thought there was like, I thought that Final Cut would have had something for that, but usually it's write junk to disk, read it back. For these floppy disks, I'm not sure what the origin of them were, but this was an online purchase of fresh 5 1/4 discs. I was assuming they were new old stock of some kind, but I mean, you never quite know the quality of them, truth be told. And again, it's been a while since I've actually dealt with them, so. Well, actually, I'm going to try it with the tab cut, because it should need the tab cut. It ain't pretty, but it should work. I think it's reading that disc fine. Maybe just the one disc I tried there, it was just bad. I don't see much activity happening on the disk drive yet. I don't even see the red LED illuminating. I don't know if it's like other instructions it's running first before doing the writes on the disk or what. We'll give it a little bit. If nothing happens, I may have to just power that down and try something else. I will say I do have a diag harness for the C64 itself, and that all checked out, so I shouldn't have any issues with that. I don't see anything happening. Let's go to 15-second format, see if that does any better now with this disk in. Same error there. What we can do as well, let's look at 1541. So one could purchase that cart and all that for sure. I should be able to load a image of that as well to run. So let's go to, because I still have my virtualized drive there. I'm hoping at least an application is available that I can just, yeah, here we go, software. Yeah, here we go. So let's do this. We're going to do some live maintenance, folks. At least try to. Just letting you know, Sam, that's what I am going to be looking at right now. We're going to do it like this. If there is an alignment issue, I have never had to deal with that before, so I don't know what I would do with that quite yet. I'm going to download this, load it up on my SD card, and go from there. Thank goodness for the interwebs. Perfect. Okay, here. So this should be the image that I found online. And I'm hoping it allows me to identify a specific device, or at least drive. Yeah, there should be one in there. Yeah, except it's probably not. It's probably reading it off of. Yeah. How would I do this? Because the problem with that is it's probably reading it off of the SD card still instead of a targeted drive. So let's see if we have something else we can load up here besides the cartridge. Hmm. I mean, I don't know if I can get away from not using the cartridge. That's kind of lame. Buyer's guide, buyer's guide. See what they got under testers here. Oh, here we go. I actually might have one I can use. So I think Final Cut has something I can use here. Apparently 64 Doctor might be the way to go. Set. Yeah. Or scratches. Begin test. Here we go. Read error. Let's try this then. It's on, a scratch disk. Yeah, I don't know why I like those new discs. Well, the new copies of discs I have in there, then none of them seem to be reading quite right in the drive. For whatever reason, the Madden discs I formatted before seemed to do all right. I think maybe it's just because of some sort of formatting thing, maybe? I don't know. Let's say I have having the Final Cartridge 3 has been really handy, just having multiple applications on cart readily available. I really don't like how many of the diagnostic carts and other devices they use default identifiers a lot. So heaven forbid I had, say, what would you say? Like, heaven forbid I had another disk drive in the system. I wouldn't be able just to straight up test. I would have to like swap it cable wise, or just set the ID of it prior to running anything else. And that'd be kind of a pain. I mean, for like the SD card device, that's not really that big of an issue because it works how it works. But in this case, with this disk drive, it'd be really convenient to be able to load from the SD emulated drive, target a specific device, and test it that way. It just doesn't quite let me do that, it appears. And it looks like typically you're going to have issues with either head alignment or speed of the drive. Now, in terms of this test, I don't know exactly what it's going to check for besides just if it wrote correctly and whatnot. Besides that, it'd be nice to know the performance of the drive, which that'd probably be where the diag cart really comes in. For the scratch disk, I'm using one of the formatted Madden discs I had earlier, which seem to read for whatever reason. I don't know why the other ones don't. See, I'm kind of sacrificing those. But again, these are all copied discs from before, so the OG discs are fine. Verify error. Well, tried to save Madden stuff. I never really got to save anything with them, just because there's usually I/O errors of some kind. I assumed it was a dirty read head. No, I actually used the same package of discs here to make those original Madden discs. What I can do, I can try. I have some other floppies in the box. None of them are new stock though, so. Well, in terms of what I bought before, I'm not sure if they're double density or not. I know the discs that came with the Commodore 64 that were written, for instance, there's a bunch of paperclip discs here. Those appear to be double-sided, double-density discs. So maybe if these are not double density, there's an issue. But I'm going to try to use one of these paperclip discs because I believe these are discs that the previous owner used to save documents, and so I don't mind using that as a scratch disc. And they seem to be in fairly good condition to see if that makes a difference here. That's just not some ghetto thing I bought from before. Oh, so maybe these were high density discs I have, but double density is what I need, you're thinking? Okay, that could be it. Yeah, that'd probably be causing some issues. So we're going to try this with a double density scratch disc I got on hand. Sure, I don't know what I'm going to do with if those are high density, I don't know what I'm going to do with them then. Because I don't think I have really any other drives that. Would it be just creating errors when trying to read and write, or could it damage the drive if I'm using the high density discs? Any idea? I guess we'll find out if this actually writes or not too. So maybe, maybe not. Right, which that makes sense. And there's plenty of places where I can buy some stuff. I found one that had some sealed discs on hand, so yeah, that might have been the whole issue here. And what I'd probably do, honestly, I might just reuse these 2 paperclip discs on hand to make the Madden discs. Call it done, and I'll have some new fresh ones coming in. If for whatever reason this actually was an issue with how I was doing paperclip, or these are like, I don't think these are actually installed discs. I think they're just safe discs, and they label them as such. But what I can do then is probably find digital images of paperclip if I really need to go that route for the application. I'd probably prefer just saving as a digital disc anyway rather than physical if I really want to mess around with documents. But either way, I'd rather take someone's potential personal information and format that disk and wipe it out so I don't peruse in something I shouldn't. I don't mind destroying those disks. That's what I'm saying. So otherwise, at least everything I saw within the failed the performance test due to a verify error, huh? Interesting. So we still might have some errors popping up, folks. So let's go ahead and try this. I want to see if I reproduce the same error I've seen before, 15-second format. Yeah, it seemed to work there. So let's try Madden. Let me get a felt tip pen real quick.
Woke up from a dream where the moon fell to the ground. Inside a hotel room that was burning down. There's a man walking over to a town he came from. Down the highway, started from the burning sun. Churches and arms waving in the air.
All right. Oh, got myself the pen and some snack, so everything's good. Sometimes you just need some Cheez-Its, man. That's what's up. I'm just getting snack hungers. Trying to troubleshoot floppy drives and such. I tell you. There might be some performance issues with the floppy drive still. I think the cart will help with that. I'm assuming it's going to be a diagnostic that looks at head alignment and actual RPM. Dang, you better fix that then. Nom nom. Hot and spicy Cheez-Its. The tastiest of flavors. I say these are tastier than the white cheddar. By far. Yum. Delicious. Cheez-It can't be beat. Jealous? Yeah, I know. I know you'd be jealous of them Cheez-Its. That's what's up. Nom 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 nom. Just nice. So I got to figure out some local plans here for 4th of July. Because she said she wanted to do something low key and just sort of hang out sort of thing. Oh, time to validate disc, I think. So I'm going to be going out anywhere or anything like that. Maybe I'll grill some brats or something. I don't know yet. Yeah, still the I/O error. I know. See, here's a curious thing too. It says to insert the program disk when ready, and it doesn't boot back to the disk. Well, truth be told, I posed that idea to her about trying to do maybe like a quick trip to Sam's, but that idea didn't fly, so sorry, buddy. I tried. I thought it'd be kind of a fun thing, but that is something she wasn't going to be comfortable with. So I'm going to try one more floppy disk here, just see if it formats or not. See if I can make a data disk at least. Maybe, maybe not. I like those plans. It's good plans there, sir. Or this might be a combination of gardening. No, I have not. I was going to see, like, just based on these two disks, if I could write anything. Which appears really the problem is writing disks and then reading disks. So I've been able to load a variety of programs. I'm wondering, like, I'm assuming there's probably... Is the read head and write head the same thing for a floppy drive like this? If not, maybe that's something I need to clean, or maybe it's out of alignment. Yeah, IO error still. So maybe an alignment issue. Maybe there's some sort of other hardware failure on the drive in terms of the reading data off of or writing data off onto disk. I don't know. Yeah, it appears it's read only with the 1541 drive. Read only with the floppy drive right now. But we have many. Oh, hey, there's a cleaning head kit in this. We have many other floppy disks I haven't tried yet in terms of reading and seeing what happens, what's on them. So let's see what all we got. Got Spy vs. Spy. Which I think there's a manual somewhere. A test drive, eh? Let's try a test drive. Yeah, that'd probably be a route I can go. Again, it's kind of learning how to swap disks and stuff on the SD device. Because I have to make new disk images for, for the data and game disks as well. I just haven't done that. Right. I mean, that'd be the other thing, is just treat as read only. Go that route. The cassette deck works. That's cool. Though I haven't tried writing to the a data set yet either. Actually, try that with like a basic program of some kind.
Accolade present.
We're gonna see how test drive is. Hopefully there's no DRM. I mean, I guess we'll find out. Fun music. So we got Lotus, we got Lamborghini. Got Porsche, of course. And Ferrari. Ooh. Let's go. Good old American muscle. Got some Goodyear Eagles. Can you give me a thumbs up? Imagine it's gonna be like snap forward. Oh, bam. Drive. Please, no DRM. Because I don't know if I have the manual or not for this. I wonder if the fire button is going to be acceleration or if it's going to be forward. That's going to be acceleration. Load, load, load. That's shifting. Oh, I just push forward a bit for it to accelerate. Woohoo. $55. Ha! We're going faster than 55 here, folks. Oh no! The semi got me. Oh noes. Oh. Okay. The biggest disaster of all. My cheese is fresh. Oh no. Whoa. There we go. Jesus. Whoops. Ah. Well, we took a test drive for our test drive. Now it plays good. Good job, test drive. I have Amazon disc 1, 2, and such. I don't know what Amazon's all about. Oh, here we go. We have a Compute magazine disc here. Let's check that out, actually. I'm sure you're somewhat familiar with Compute in terms of being a resource, writing books, and all kinds of cool stuff for the Commodore 64 and such. So let's see what they have to say. I'm a Buble. March 1987. Let's check out first a special offer. Neat. Okay. Thank you. We got the offer now. We know what that's all about. I don't know why I never looked into the pile of floppies before. This is my first time actually diving into these. There's a lot of stuff in there. Let's try ringside boxing. Maybe I was just unsure about it does appear to be a two-player game, but I don't see a clear way of actually throwing a punch. Which is odd. That's when you refer to your compute magazine for directions and such. I mean, it looked nice. I'm sure it plays good once you know what the exact controls are. It looked like I was kind of blocking and moving. Let's check out. Let's see what RAM Plus is all about. Is this removing things from RAM or something? Yeah, it is. Alright, have a good night. Thanks for watching, Mr. Sam. Boop, boop. Let's see. Colorcraft. Flying fish, huh? What will this picture look like? I think we crashed, folks. That's all for that disc. Let's see what else we got in the pile. Looks like, let's see this one. It says arcade games. There's a lot of user-written discs here. Oh, what's my list command here again? It's been a minute. I'm such a Commodore 64 noob. Oh, I have to, yeah, that's right. I have to load the contents of what's on the disk first. Or maybe that's not it. There's Go Sub. That's cool. Oh, wait, $sign. That's right. Just getting names. There we go. Let's go ahead and let's try Kong. Maybe this is a copied Atari soft disk for a bunch of arcade games. That's what it kind of looks like here. Now, maybe I could have just done a star load and it would boot on the disk. Maybe it gives me some sort of selection. Excuse me. There we go. Let's try pole position. We are in port 1. So we should be all set. In theory. Jesus. Nom nom nom. Oh. Now I'm assuming the Enchanter wasn't what Atari Soft had named the collection. I'm assuming that may have been the person who cracked the disc or whatever. Let's try to qualify. I mean, it plays. That's for darn sure. Not sure why there are other cars on the track for a qualifying round. Oh no! Oh, can we get there? Ah! Game over. Womp womp. Okay. People be just supplying me with cracked games on discs over here, man. Goodness. Well, that'd be a question I would have is, how come is there a particular reason why we have joysticks switching ports like that for certain games? So I've noticed that happens a lot. I'm not exactly sure why. That poor drive's just squeaking away. Pew pew pew! That plays like the Lexian. Thanks, Atari Soft. I remember if Black Sand's the one where they can try to take away your ships. Maybe. Bam. And we fire some more. I think after this I might try Wheel of Fortune, because I think I have a disc of that there. Wheel of Fortune! The more advanced Hangman. Ah. Yeah. Bam. Get out of here. Get out of here. Ah. Too many slow-moving ships. Goodness. That's fair. Let's try Wheel of Fortune. Let's see how that runs. I have to load menu on this one. At least that's what the disc told me. Bum 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 ba da da bum 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 ba da da bum 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 ba bum 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 bum. Heck yeah, play Wheel of Fortune. Bum 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 bum. Ba-ba-da-ba. I didn't realize Merv Griffin Enterprises was a unit of Coca-Cola. Ah. There we go. Did not know that. Wheel of Fortune. Do we have any music? That's the question. That's a question on everyone's mind. We will find out once the disk loads. So I wonder if a fast loader is used, if that helps with in-game loading on in-game disk I/O as well. So obviously, I just don't understand how a fast loader typically works. Now, if it's just like loading more optimized disk I/O routines to the 1541's memory or something, or what? Which, if that was the case, I would assume you might be able to update the ROM on the disk drive too to be a little bit faster in terms of access. Because I think a lot of it works through compression. So part of its routines on the disk drive itself, part of it is data throughput on the data cable for the disk drive. If it's just, use some sort of compression, pipe it through, makes it faster. But I guess you would probably need the fast loader on the Commodore 64 side too. Or the decompression logic there. I don't know. I don't know how that stuff works. I know the information's out there though, so it would matter of just looking it up, understanding. We're doing one player. Alright. I am not a returning champion. Oh yeah, jam it out. Wheel of Fortune. Let's spin. Go, go, go. 600. Let's start with an R. Let's go. That's one R. Let's go ahead and spin. I think that first word's going to be the. So we're going to go with at least a TH there for some consonants. Come on, Vanna. Gotta spin again. Hopefully no bankrupts or lose turns. Okay, got past that. Guess let's buy that E. Let's buy an A. Excuse me. Ah, no A's. Dang it. Okay, Donna, show me up. What could be there? It's an M. Oh, 750. Dang. No L's. Okay. It's not TH at the end. No M's. I try S. I could get, I guess S. Really? Yeah. Womp 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 womp. Well, there are no S's, so there you go. No B's. Spin that wheel. Let's go for P. No. There aren't many letters left. What you got, Frank? No F's. Let's try buy an I. Okay. First. No. What could that be? Let's go with D. Okay. The Dirty Dozen. Bam! I solved a puzzle. Ha ha ha. Just like the game show. Let's do it. More bankrupt, more 1,000. Let's do it. A phrase, huh? You know, this is America's game. One S. Yay. Four T's. You took the long way around there, Vanna. Sorry, Frank. Let's start with a spin. R. Ah. Dang it. Oh, sorry, Donna. Losing a turn. First to bankrupt and lose a turn. That's rough. Let's spin. It's probably an H. Nope. Let's try to buy an E. Mm-hmm. Spin that wheel. Is that last word best? Well, I won't be able to find out. So I'm bankrupt. Never mind. Oh well. Thanks, Wheel of Fortune. No M's. Get out of here with that. $400. Man, don't be using letters I already used. Don't be doing that. Dang. Cannot do much about that. $250. There are no F's. Well, fun. $450. Nothing but the best. All right, Frank. That's cool. Ba-na-na-na. That's fine, Frank. Just gotta catch up now. This is a thing. There are no L's. Now we'll get more bankrupts. That'd be cool. M? There's one M. Cool. I guess can I buy an O? There is an O. 2 R's. All right. It's morning something. Morning what though? Just don't bankrupt me, please. Morning. What is that? What is that? That didn't help me. Is there an A? There is one A. Let's just try by an E. 2 E's. I don't know what that is. Can I get T? No T's. Gosh, what is that? Guess we'll spin here. P. Please, so I can figure it out from here. Newspaper. Well, I got a lot of money for that, but man, it took me way too long to solve. Na, 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 na. Bonus round coming up. That got me to the bonus round. Let's go with vacation. T R S P M A. I don't know. I'm bad with Wheel of Fortune. Will you show me what it was? Well, I got 2,700. Seaside. Ugh. Bam. Alright, let's check out one more disc here. One more disc and then we'll call it a night. So I see we have a copy of Dark Tower here. We have Invaders of the Lost Tomb on one side and Dark Tower on the other. Let's do it. Must be a lot to load. Dang. Well, now what? Maybe it's still loading. This drive has a solid red light, but it's not flashing. I guess hence it's solid. So I don't think it's in an air state. This doesn't look exactly promising in terms of screen, but it might be still loading. Don't know yet. I don't think this guy is loading. I think I had an issue with loading. We're gonna try Invaders of the Lost Tomb instead. Well, that didn't seem to load too well either, though. I don't know if there's anything still in memory that I was trying to load from, because I power cycled it pretty quick. But we'll try a different disk anyway. This didn't seem to work so well either. I'm hoping it's the disk and not something with the drive. Then again, the drive has not been 100% for me either, so who knows. Let's try a different disk. Am I doing the wrong command here? I didn't think I was. I don't think I was. It's possible the disk drive could be getting pretty warm too, just from running, and I have a C64 sitting on top of it right now. Oh yeah. I think that's it. It was just I had the C64 on top of the disk drive, and that's covering up the air vent, so it's probably not ventilating very well. So we'll call it there for the night. Hopefully it wasn't anything damaging to the drive, but it's possible if they just overheated. But we will see. Otherwise, we'll call it a night here, and yeah, we'll do a stream at a different time. So thanks so much for those watching and those watching after the fact and all of that. And yeah, have a good night.